So, welcome back to Sunday of the London Street Photography Festival here in rural Worcestershire, not in London. Sorry, we're cheating that a little bit this year because, of course, we're online and can't be in person down in Stour Space. But shout out to Stour Space for supporting us in those previous years, and they've also been sharing this stream for us. So we are at DRPG 212 Studios, just outside of Kidderminster. Fully kitted out building that just seems to go on for acres of equipment and any kind of broadcast events, communications you might need. So we're very lucky to have been able to snag this today. And this morning we're going to be hearing first from
Vineet Vohra, who is a very well-known photographer from India. I'm sure all of you heard about him. He'll be sharing his work and also talking about how he managed to take some of those pictures and how he selected them. So we encourage you to ask any questions you might have in our live feed on YouTube. And we will be passing the most relevant questions to Vineet as he presents his work. But also we'll have some time in the end of the presentation to answer any additional questions. So over to Vineet now.
Hi.
Hello, Vineet. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening to people who are listening from India, and good morning to people who are listening from UK. And I think it's middle of the night for US. So I think we are in such stage that we have audience from all over the world, but at different time zones. We're living in testing times, and but still, I'm so happy that you could pull this festival off. I'm really happy to be a part of this, and also Dmitry and I are part of the same street collective. So he's like family to me, and there was no way I could refuse to him. And also, he's a fellow photographer, who I really admire. So thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you, Vineet.
Thank you for being with us, Vineet.
All right, guys, I think they've left it all over to me, and I'm going to be, talking to you. It's very strange that I'm looking at my own self and talking to all of you, who are listening to me. First of all, I really pray to God that all of you are doing well, and these are testing times. Please stay safe. Please also know that street photography doesn't come in essential commodities that you have to step out at any time and make shots. Your lives are, a photographer has to at least live to look at his own pictures. So be safe, guys. Make pictures, hang in there. I'm sure we'll have enough time and moments to create these pictures. So when I was asked to make a presentation and talk for LSPF, London Street Photography Festival, and I was constantly thinking that what should I talk about today? And I came to this, that I should tell you a little bit about how I feel what street photography is, and then what is my philosophy of street photography, and also sharing some of my shots in a edit. Like I'll be sharing contact sheets and also telling you that how serendipity happens. First of all, okay, when we start about serendipity is my book, which is coming out next month. You can pre-order it. Okay, it's deviating from the topic, but serendipity for me, it's like for any street photographer, it's a crack. It's a crack in the situation which is happening where the photographer jumps in. I feel moments, how does a moment happen and what is serendipity? For me, when there's a photographer, there's a romance between photographer and the moment. Then they fall in love, and then the moment becomes pregnant, and the photographer waits for it to deliver. And that's how he's waiting to capture that moment. For me, street photography is just as simple as a pause put on a live video, which when we step out, we're looking at. We just put a pause, and the viewer, he should be able to press play and every character should come back into life. And that is what street photography means to me. Street photography is a genre, I would say it's a kind of photography where all of us, I'm sure a lot of street photographers are listening to this, and they would agree that street photography is nothing else but they themselves. Street photography is not shooting outwards, it is shooting inwards. We shoot what we are. So rather than making a specific definition, okay, this is what street photography is, I would say that any photographer who shoots himself in, or he looks at scenario in his own individual choice, is a street photographer. Street photography is not about the location, the street. It is about an approach, how he approaches a particular scenario. That becomes street photography. Yes, it has to be candid. Yes, you can't stage it. And yes, it is temporary. Make it very simple. In that particular moment, which only you could have clicked, is street photography. And that is what it means to me. Now I'll start sharing something which I want to talk about. Now, all of you can see that this is a piece of rock. And you would be asking me that, I'm a street photographer. Why am I showing you this piece of rock? It makes nothing. It makes no sense. Some of you who have, this vision can also see a face on the right side. But hey, I'm not talking about that. For me, my guru was a sculptor, and he taught me how to look at things. Now, this is a rock to most of us, but a sculptor looks at it like this. He looks at form. Why? My mentor told me something that really made sense. He said, when a sculptor picks up a stone to sculpt or wax or to mold, he doesn't divide it into parts. Let's say a human figure. He doesn't start working on limbs first and perfect that, and then carves out the head and perfect that, or even a torso. He outlines the entire frame and then works out on every element that creates the whole form, and then adds finishing touches on each part. So while working on a project, or maybe even a picture, think of what you want to communicate. Have an imperfect frame or frames and work towards achieving a perfection. Now, why and how is this valid? Now, this is how I look at a scene. There are different elements. While looking at the elements, I'm giving you enough hints in your mind, enough clues. By now, a lot of you could have easily guessed what kind of scene is this. Answer in your mind. I would try and tell you that look at it for 3 seconds. Look at the clues. There are trees, there's house, there's carpet. This is the scene. It is a picnic which is happening. Why? I also think that a lot of you would have understood it is a picnic scene by just getting the hints. But as a street photographer, you have to look at these visual clues which are provided to you in the scene, and that is how you work towards the scene. Try to observe every clue. Now, these are some pictures which I really, they're very close to me, and I want to show you how I reached that particular image and what is the sequence, how one waits and understands the scene. Now, these were 3 geese or ducks, or you would say anything, for me, they're ducks. They have these red beaks, which was quite unique, and I was trying to create something. Now, I see them walking, and just on the left-hand side, there is a big pipe which has red tabs. Now, the minute I saw this, my mind had this inkling that let's make a kind of echo. People who are familiar with my work, I work a lot with echo, and I like to work with a lot of, I would say, quirky scenes, and try to create that contrast. It is. I would say, my inspiration has always been from painters and sculptors. For me, photograph is like a painting. It is something in that particular moment that you can snatch and paint it. Well, there is a saying, painting with light, but I feel painting with your own expressions, for me, is what makes a street picture. So I watch this shot, I see it happening. First of all, I feel that, okay, this shot should be enough. There is a kind of echo. But when I see there are more ducks, I try to be more patient and walk around and be patient and come closer. The minute there is a shot, I come in closer and take that shot. So now, why did I just do 3 taps and 3 heads of these ducks? Is to create that echo in your mind that this is what was shown. So photography, a lot of people just feel that photography is about what we are seeing. For me, photography is not what we are seeing, it's actually what we are hiding. If you go back and see, there is so much information which I'm trying to hide, and I'm showing you the picture when it comes together. So this is very crucial. If by now, when you step out, or now when you start stepping out, try to eliminate the stuff rather than just seeing one thing and just going for that. Look for the entire area, go closer, closer, or maybe add. So at times you will have to add, and at times you will have to subtract. If you have any questions regarding these images, as Dmitry told you, you can just put your questions into the live session, and you can, if there is something relevant at that particular point, I will answer you right then and there. Otherwise, we'll have last 20 minutes for this session. Okay, sometimes you have to be, fishing for a shot. There are 2 ways when you create a street picture. Either you fish or you hunt. Fishing is when you just hold the fishing rod and just sitting, with that rod and waiting for the fish to pop in. But at times you have to be quick. You have to identify, and the scene could just vanish in 2-3 shots. As last shots you saw, there were about 5-6 shots. But here, just got an opportunity to just have 3 or 4 shots. I'm also showing you that don't leave the shot after it happens. I identify this lady walking with a bag which had a face. I am not very tall. I'm about 5'6", and how can I shoot from that high? The minute I saw this lady carrying a bag, I just looked back and there were stairs. So I quickly ran back, climbed those 3 stairs, and waited for these ladies to climb those stairs also, so that I can pick the camera up and shoot from top. See, I'm standing on the stair. This is the first stair. And when she climbs the second stair, I get a shot. And this is the 3rd shot, 4th shot, which I felt it didn't make any sense. Now, this is during Kumbh Mela, which is a very famous Mela, which happens every 14 years. But there are also half kumbhs which happens every 12 years, and there's some Mela which is half kumbh, happens at 6 years. So this is last year, and it was where I was very fortunate to visit that and work around some of the shots. So I see these birds in the evening light. They were glowing majestically, and I'm trying to create a picture. I'm walking with this guy. I'm trying to see how can I follow these birds and make a shot. Suddenly, this place, let me tell you a little bit about Kumbh Mela. This is, people come to take a dip in Ganges. They have a strong belief that taking a dip in the Ganges during Kumbh washes away their sins, and it also leads them to a new path in their life, a new journey, which they can work and also find new salvations. So I saw her, she's taken a dip, and she is trying to comb her hair. I immediately try to think in my mind what I can do here. So I'm trying to create some surprise. I'm trying to create some unique posture which I can get. But by the time she's here, the hand, the light, I feel I look at these birds as little lice in her hair. And I'm waiting when she does that. I realize the shutter speed is slightly slow. I increase it and I make a shot. Now, does the shot get over here? Yes, in my mind, when I take the shot, I understand that there is a shot which I've done and I've got that shot, but I still make a shot, another shot after that, just to be sure that I don't miss it. But as I'm going close, you will realize that whenever I have a shot in my mind that I have composed it, I go closer. And the minute I go closer, she hears the voice and she misses and she starts looking at me. Very, very crucial point to all of you. Shots are always made in your head. Don't rush into shots. Try to take the visual clues and try to decide what you want to convey from the shot. Then only you can say or maybe save the shot. I hear this from a lot of people. Oh, you have been very lucky to get a shot. Well, all of us are lucky to get a shot when we get a shot. But luck, what is luck? You're preparing your chances of luck every day if you are working out hard towards the scene. Luck, I feel, is nothing but it is a sort of a combination between your IQ and EQ. When your heart tells you something, that there is a moment, always listen to it, always be patient, and it will unfold, provided you know what you want from the moment. A lot of us, we miss the moment and we keep looking into our cameras or viewfinder and we say, oh shit, I missed that moment. Why? It's because we were not even ready or we weren't focused that what we want from the shot. So the minute she looks at me, the moment is lost for me after that. And, then there is also a question mark that whether she is taking a picture of me or I'm taking a picture of her. So this was the final edit out of these shots. And for me, it was just the way she's combing her hair and all the lights coming out. The light was majestic, and that is how I made it. Now, this is also another favorite of mine. This is straight away, there is a shot. You can say that, oh, I don't need any other shot from here. There are two lions looking at me. There's a dog right in the center. There's a statue. But how waiting in certain moments, you can create more wonders from the shot is what I'm going to explain. Now, sensing that the moment is pregnant is very, very important. How does the viewer or how does the photographer feel that the moment is pregnant? It is that, you will always get this thing in your mind, I should wait. If you don't get it, move on, find another place which tells you there is a shot. So I look at this dog, there's a kind of, we have this intimate kind of eye contact, and I start feeling scared that, is he going to bark at me? First of all, I want him to bark so that the mouth is open and I can create a bigger echo. But I'm also scared that he might just run towards me. I'm standing very patiently. And I start seeing this is a temple where, people, it's a morning thing where people come in the morning, they pray, and this is what is happening. So what I try to create here is that let's see how different kind of situation can be done. So I'm waiting. There's a woman which comes out. There's a kid there, back there. Nothing really. The corners are empty. It is not making me work. So I wait more. The dog, I think it's the same dog or the another dog, it comes in again. Now I try to sense and feel that how I can create a circular eye movement here. Then there are kids who come walking and try to see what am I shooting. India, I love my country, and they also say that if you've not been to India, you're not a photographer yet. Their colors, which are uncomparable. They're people who are so humble. They're people who are so lively. They're always smiling. They will never say no for a shot if you're making, and they will never question. They'll in fact come in front of the camera and need to get shot. It's not like some of the countries which we know that people might punch you if you're shooting them. So it gets even more trickier when people know that you are shooting in the street and they just come and stand right in front of you. What do you do? Then you have to pretend that you've already taken a shot and you are looking beyond them. So I'm also showing you that I spent about 3-4 moments here. And what I'm seeing is that there was a kind of composition which I had in my mind, which I want to create here. Image for me is just either form or content. It could be an interesting question whether I put more emphasis on form or content. For me, form is something which is very important and makes or enables the viewer forcefully to read the content. So I'm trying to create that content where there is a movement. And this is where I come and I see everything falling into place. Well, falling into place is certainly when you are ready to know what you want from the frame. I have a dog, I have kids, I try to make the moment peak. So wait for the moment to peak up and you will definitely have a shot. Don't rush into your shots. Believe that there is something else which is right around the corner to happen. Now, this is another favorite. I'm sure a lot of you have seen this shot, but I want to show you the sequence for people who haven't seen this. So some of you who don't know that I've been going to this particular bus terminal from past 8.5 years now. At the same time, there is also a book coming up next year regarding that, which is called The Terminal. But this is something which I've been working at that particular time. And now why that particular time? There is a reason. I am not a full-time photographer. There's also some work, there's my family business, which I'm taking care of. So I just have a little bit of time in the mornings and a little bit of time during the evenings. And also how anybody who's not working as a photographer full-time can take out time is also what I'm trying to tell you. I work, so my work starts at about 9. My son goes to school at about 7. His school starts at about 7:20. So I drop him to school when there was school, I would say like before Corona times. So I drop him to school. I used to drop him at school at 7:30. And from 7:45 to 8:45, I used to be at this place, which I really fancy. I did go to this place about 15 days back just to see in my car, how's that place? Nobody is there because interstate buses are stopped in India. Traveling has become very, very tough. You have to take a test or something, but coming to the point. So I saw this dog under the bus, and there was a line on the bus which kind of, really caught my attention, being a photographer second and a painter first and an applied artist. I just get drawn towards graphics. So I get drawn towards this arrow on the bus and wait for the dog to come out. Now, when the dog is coming out, I'm quite scared of dogs, to be honest, and especially street dogs. So when he comes out, I just take 2-3 steps back. I don't know how is he going to react to me. The minute he's out, I see his tail, and I instantly know in my mind what I want from the shot, because the color of the dog is white, the line at the back, which is kind of a broken line, and an arrow at the back kind of echoes. So now I try to sit down and wait and see what I can create. This dog becomes overly friendly. Now he comes close to me. I don't know whether I should step back or try to shoo him, or what do I do in this situation? It is becoming trickier. He's becoming over pally. I take 2 steps back and he's following me. By now, I feel that either I should just leave the scene or wait for the shot. He is not ready to budge. I'm on 28 mm. So just for people who tuned in now, I'm just letting all of you know that I just shoot with 28 mm, and that is the only lens I have, which is 28 mm 5.6. I work with in between f11 to f16, so I really don't worry about small apertures. Like, I don't worry if my lens is not f1 1.4 or 2.8. So by now he's coming close and he's looking at me and I'm looking at him. He's not ready to lead. All this while, I know the minute this dog is going to turn back, I have a chance of a shot. Now, do we always get a shot? No, we never get a shot. Street photography, particularly, is about 99.9% failures. It is only that 0.01% shot which we get in our lives and we feel happy about. And right now, the shots you're seeing, it's not that I was lucky. It is also that I am not showing you the 99,000 shots which didn't work. I'm just showing you the shots which worked. So the minute the dog turns, there is a connection. I managed to get a shot. Well, if I was slow, if I didn't get a shot, it would never be here. So wait for it. Try to think in your mind what you want from the shot, and you will definitely get it. Well, time is always a constraint, so I have to literally start really, faster. Now, this is another Kumbh Mela, which happens. I've spoken about Kumbh Mela. That was in Allahabad. This is in Nashik. The Kumbh happens at 4 places. So I see these, all these guys who are saints who've shaved off their heads, bare-chested, jumping into the water and trying to play around. Do you think we have a shot? Yes, of course we have a shot. People always make a shot. What is bothering me is the red line. I go in close into the water and I start making shots, but I feel that there's a clutter. I'm not very happy with the red line also cutting that guy from the top into the head. And I feel that I should rather wait for them to come out and maybe, change clothes and I might have a shot. So when they come out, now you are seeing, which are about 50 odd people here. But let me tell you, there were at least 400 to 500 people who were in the same attire and also with their heads shaved. So this is a ceremony called renunciation of saints, where they shave off their heads and they are leaving their family behind. You will see the different expressions of people. Some people are happy, some people are sad, some people are overwhelmed. No, they are not in a state of trance. They are not smoking up something that they are not in the right frame of mind. They are just too happy, some of them, to leave and try to be in that, I would say, cult where they pray or, praying for Lord or, it's totally their call. So I find this guy with the tears rolling down on his cheek. For me, street photography, I feel you need a hero in the scene and you need supporting actors at the back who create the whole scene. So for me, this guy became the hero instantly, and I had I had supporting actors performing for me at the back, but at the same time, I had to I'm not one of them. I'm definitely not in the same attire what they are, so they can definitely spot me. How am I shooting this? Am I shooting from the hip? No, I'm not. The minute I feel there's a potential, I raise my camera and I put the camera down so that I let them continue doing what they're doing. This guy is just maybe in a state which I can't describe. I don't know what state he was in. He was overwhelmed by certain things, and I try to feel what to do. There is suddenly all of them, one of the guys just prays or says something, and all of them start raising their hands. And you look at the expression of all these guys everywhere, they all are in different expressions. And this guy is in totally different expression. The way he is stretching his arms, I feel I have to go in closer. And the minute I feel the moment is right, I go in closer. And the minute I go in closer, he tends to have this incidental eye contact with me. I have that eye contact again with him. And, some moments, they just leave you shaken. So it shook me. It literally shook me. And I took the shot and I walked away. This shot just stays with me and it haunts me a lot of times. Again, that was fishing. Now this is hunting. Sometimes, I'm presenting you a situation where there's everything. There's mirrors. We photographers, we're just looking for mirrors everywhere. We need, in street photography, if there are mirrors, there's a potential. So I'm looking for these. And here I find 2 mirrors. And how quickly the situation can change, how quickly what you want from the situation, it's just here. So this situation, everything was in the place, 1, 2, 3, all elements separated, 1, 2, but the minute I get the second shot, that kid is just trying to maybe move away here and there. And then here, you just make a shot and you walk off. This is another favorite of mine. This is in my favorite city in the entire world to shoot, which is Varanasi. So I see these 5 men who are just enjoying themselves, massaging each other's head, massaging each other's body. These guys are old-timers, wrestlers. So they were wrestlers in their times. Now they just, every morning schedule is to come and take a dip in Ganges and sit and put oil on their bodies and relax. So I see all these 5 men, and on the left, I see the saint who was wearing white. I quickly snapped a picture and I realized that I've chopped off this guy on the left. And I try to make a frame. While I'm making a frame, I'm trying to create a story. There's always, they say that, a photograph says 1,000 words. I feel photograph says much more than 1,000 words. Suppose if I would have told you, there were 5 bare-chested men and there was a saint who was sitting together and all of these guys were laughing at that saint. Well, the image in street photography is a very, subjective interpretation. While I felt that they're looking, in a different way on this guy who was wearing the entire clothes, one could totally think this image in a different way. I take this shot and I'm not very happy with it. I feel that there is more to this shot. The minute I look on the right, I feel that it is creating a diptych kind of a frame where I can present you with 2 different scenarios. One is on the left side of the frame and one is on the right side of the frame. But I'm happy even if I don't get anything else. I should at least have a shot of them in their own way. Some of us, in fact, if I didn't get anything else, I would have been happy with this shot also, not trying to make anything or not trying to create anything extravagant in this shot. So I take another step back here. Earlier, I was going in close and making a shot. Now I take a step back because I want more people on the right side so that I can create a kind of juxtaposition or a kind of a unique perspective in my mind so that the viewer looks at it in a different way. He feels that it is a kind of irony which I'm producing. So I see these, a family of burqa-clad women walking on the right, and I instantly feel that there could be magic and there could be a serendipity. When they come, I could have had a shot here also, but this lady on the right was bugging me. So I quickly take half a step on the left and hide that lady behind that woman, and I take a shot. In a viewer's mind, there's always a question, what is happening? Street photography for me is only about 3 W's. What the hell? Why the hell? And who the hell? If you can answer any of these questions in your mind regarding this, then you succeed as a street photographer. So last but not the least sequence, which I'm showing you, and I will quickly run through this. I know we have question answers after this. So I found this heart-shaped box lid. It is a lid of a box which was lying there, and I got fascinated with it, and I wanted to make a shot. I've been saying that I'm scared of dogs, but at the same time, you will see that I can literally make a book which is called Dog Tales, because I've been working with dogs so intensively, and dog tails have to be Tales. So I've been talking about dog tails a lot. So I see this heart, and I see a love growing in between these two dogs, and the love is getting intimate. I sense there is a potential, but there is, at the same time, there's a lot of space between the heart and the dogs that the viewer is not able to connect instantly. There is a space between the two. Excuse me. So now is the time. I feel that I see the heart, I see the connection between the dog. I feel that we can definitely have a shot. Well, they took it literally very seriously. I could have showed this shot, but that is not me. I didn't want to really, take the intention or the pun behind the shot. So I wait. Now these two dogs, they are roaming around there, and there is also the hot box which is there, and I feel that they're going to make a shot. There is another dog. Anything which, if we have 3 elements in a frame, we normally tend to make a stronger frame. I see them all hovering around that box, and I try to be a little more patient. I feel that, okay, if I didn't get any other shot, I would still be happy with the shots which I've got, but let me be greedy. Be always very greedy in street photography. Let the moment tell you on its own that it is over, then only leave the scene. So I see the scene unfolding. Well, this dog kinds of peeps into the box. A lot of you know that there is a heart, and you feel that, oh, he's eating the heart away. But try to think of a shot as somebody else is looking at the shot, and he doesn't know what has happened before or what is going to happen after. Street pictures are normally like that. Instantly, if you look at the picture, you should be able to know what happened before and what could happen after. And I try to wait. And the minute I get that moment, that temporary transition, that temporary alignment, I make that shot. So anything, first thing, what do we shoot in street photography? Anything that makes you pause, take a picture. And what should you shoot? And you should shoot only temporary things, which nobody else can come and take that shot. So these two things, if you can wait and you make street pictures. Well, if you've seen, I have gone closer to make that shot. He heard my step and he runs away. And this is what we are left with. I still didn't leave the shot. I always, whenever the moment is over, take another shot. Always press the shutter when you feel that there is another shot. Now, this is what I wanted to share with you. And if you have any questions for me, any questions regarding the pictures, I'll be happy to answer that. So, Dmitry, this is what I had to present. And let's start with the question and answers. I hope you enjoyed it, Dmitry.
Thank you very much, Vineet. That was very interesting to see your selection process, your thought process behind the photographs that you took, and really amazing work. We got a lot of appreciation in the live feed for your work. So the first question comes actually from me, from myself. So I realized that you keep your kind of in-between shots, your contact sheets, if I understand correctly. Has it ever happened to you that you have, after some time, you've changed your initial selection for the shots, having revisited the contact sheet?
Well, that is a very, very interesting question, and it keeps happening to us. And you would agree that it keeps happening. It keeps happening with all of us. There are certain shots which I felt that I wish I had taken that. If they are old shots, then I would accept the mistake which I've done, and I would move on and do a new selection, and I would say that, okay, this works better, and I will choose it. But apart from two shots, which I have shot till today, which two shots I'm saying, the well-known shots, supposedly, that I feel that I wish I had taken the other shots from the edit, not these shots. But it is also, Dmitry, I feel that it is also part of our evolving process. What we felt of a certain scenario 5 years back, it is not the same now. There was, a situation which there was I think there was a shot from Agra, near the Taj Mahal. I shot this, and I posted something so quickly that I was so fascinated by the moment. And it was younger times, and I wanted to post as soon as possible. Instagram was new. I wanted to be famous. But now the things have changed. I feel photography is more of a self realization process. I've been realizing myself much more. It has helped me understand myself rather than people. I'm shooting myself now rather than shooting people. And so the edit process, yes, it does change, but I would stick to the original edit. Otherwise, it shows that I'm very fidgety about my selection, and I don't want to show people that I can do faults. But at the same time, I would encourage all of you to commit mistakes, because photography, and especially street photography, is about mistakes. But when you perfect it, it is the perfection that you really like.
Sure, thank you, Vineet. We got a question, a bit of a wider question from Priyanshu. How we can train our eyes for street photography? Maybe some quick tips from you, Vineet.
Oh, quick tips. Firstly, I've seen people complaining about that they don't get pictures, people who are not shooting. Take a camera, step out. That is the most important thing. The more you will shoot, the more you will know your mistakes. Photography is a problem-solving technique. When you step out, solve it right then and there. Training, I would say walk the same street for a month and try noticing things that you didn't notice on the first day, then second day, the third day. Try to notice, or maybe have an aim to notice at least 2 new things which you didn't notice on the street on the very first day. And you will, by the end of, I would say, month, you will at least have 20 new things which you didn't see it. So training is basically practice, practice, and practice.
Thank you. We got another question from Thomas. So he's asking, when you work the scene and you stop working the scene thinking that you got the shot, does it happen to you sometimes that you afterwards realize that actually you might have missed something because you stopped working the scene too early?
Yes, a lot of times it does happen. The process is that we all are humans and we learn from our mistakes. And the question which was before that, how we can train our eye, it is by committing mistakes. With every mistake, you learn a lesson. So yes, I have realized a lot of times that, oh, I missed that moment. And why? Because I wasn't patient enough and I felt that I've got the shot and what best I could possibly get in that moment. But till the time the moment is not over, don't leave the scene. If you're working around with, let's say, 5 people in the scene, when you feel that they've come down to 4, 1 has left, you still have a potential. When they come down to 3, wait. When they're 2 and 1, then maybe you can leave. But it is entirely your own thought process which makes you stay. And also what I've realized is there's always a gut feeling. There's always some voice which comes from inside and tells you, hey, wait, now there is a shot. You should wait. So listen to it. Keep listening to yourself, which is very important.
I guess it comes with experience as well. Probably, the more you realize
with experience,
potential.
Yes, and also, the time spent on the field. It's just like cricket, I know we are rivals, England and India are rivals in cricket, but you will see that the more practice they do, the more better they become. So it is practice. You can't be complaining about things which you don't practice.
Sure, thank you. So we're getting more questions now. So the next question is from Vivek. He's asking whether the COVID lockdown made you experiment with the other forms of photography.
Well, I've been doing all sorts of photography. I've been doing portraits of my family. I've been shooting my wife and my son also. Experimenting, yes, I've been experimenting from day one. It's not that I just shoot street photography, and the minute I see something else, I would say, oh, this is a beautiful flower. I'm not going to shoot. I'm a street photographer, No, I don't do that. But this is a beautiful landscape, but hey, my camera can't click it because I'm a street photographer. No, I've always been doing it. COVID times, I've stepped out for some assignment also, taking all the precautions. I have elderly parents. I stay with them, my family, and my wife and I are staying with them. So I have to be really, really cautious. So I've not been stepping out that often. But yes, I've been shooting various different things. I've been trying to understand light, which I feel that the more you understand light, the better it will. Maybe I'm doing a lot of net practice, if I can say. The minute I step out in the field, then maybe I'm going to take some shots. So that is what I'm doing.
Great to hear that. Thank you. So the next question is about also a more general question, I would say. How do you overcome the fear of getting close to people? I understand from what you've said that in India, it's probably a little bit easier in that respect, that people react in a certain way, but it's not the case in all the countries. And I know you travel a lot around the world with workshops and for other purposes of photography. So you probably have a lot of experience with dealing with different kind of people's reactions in different countries as well.
Right.
So if you could share a bit about that, that would be great.
I've shot in UK also extensively, and I've gone close to people here also. I've shot in US also. I would say something which I would feel that you will also agree as street photographers. If you're confident of what you're doing, then people are okay. Until or unless, you have to identify when you're walking on the street, all these people are like street dogs. There are some dogs which you normally get the feel that, oh, he's not going to bark. You can pet him. And some of them, you instantly look at them and you'll know, oh, he's going to bark. He's not okay. He's grumpy. So while going close, I feel, firstly, you have to be confident of what you're doing. You should know that you should be able to tell them why you're doing it and be honest. You're not hiding anything. You're not trying to, do or say something bad about them. It is also that there are certain ethics as a street photographer we should follow that, all the coming generations of photographers have to face that. Now, if you show people in weird things, doing weird things or weird postures, then they feel that all these street photographers are going to shoot pictures like that, and my picture is going to be in the newspaper, maybe doing silly things. So just be ethical. And another crucial thing is just walk with a smaller camera. Don't walk with a 70-200 zoom lens, because they feel the bigger the camera, the better photographer you are, and the better chances of coming on the newspaper face. So carry a small camera. It is fine. And who said photography is easy? You're choosing street photography because you want to do it. It is your passion. So don't worry about these these are trade hassles which you will have to face. These are professional hazards. So it's okay, part of the game.
Yeah, fair enough. And you also mentioned briefly about your upcoming book. Next year, is it coming out next year? Terminal?
So one book is Terminal is coming next year. One book is coming. I think it's there for pre-booking, and it is out next week. It is coming out next week.
Can you tell us a little bit more about your books, please?
So it is. So that is going to be my first book, and I had my intention was to make a book for the next year, but there was something which came from iShot publication, and Marcos he was really insisting that we should do this book. And I said, okay, because I had time and there was nothing I could do for these past 3-4 months. And I think he's done a wonderful edit with it, and you must see it. It's going to be out in like a week's time.
Looking forward.
Thank you.
And about the Terminal book. So you mentioned that you went to the same place for a number of years. And when did you realize that you wanted to make a book out of it? Did you start going there with that intention, or after some point you realized that you're getting, probably a good number of interesting shots from this location, and then what was the thought process behind that?
So I accidentally stumbled upon this location, and I kept going there with no intentions of creating back-to-back shots or maybe working on a book there. It was only, I think last year I realized that I have a lot of shots from this place, and I should also, I try to compile them and have something put together from this entire situation, because, India, we get all the 4 seasons, and also the shots with different light at the same time, the chronology. Well, the book is not going to be in a chronological order. It is totally the editor's choice how to sequence it. My sequence, given a choice, I would maybe put it in a different way, but I would let the editor sequence it. It would be a different choice. And also trying to show how different things unfold from the same place, and how simple that bus terminal is, not even 100 meters or let's say 200 meters long, but how variety of pictures one can get from the same place. And how also, how my thought process changed in these 8 years. What I was shooting 8 years back, I was shooting a lot of layers. I always wanted people to do something, weird to come together. Now I'm looking, maybe there was a stage when I was looking for a lot of dogs, then quirky, then also some sad pictures, now happy pictures, humor. So it is just trying to put all my expressions together. So I'm every photographer, I'm every guy in a photographer's body. So that's what I'm doing.
Thank you. And some people are asking how to order your books, actually. Or the one that is coming soon, I guess.
All right. So they can just visit my page on Instagram. That's Vineet_Vohra. And I have it in my link in that bio, and they can just point it out, or they can just visit iShot magazine, iShot Photography magazine, and they can order it from there.
Thank you. I'm sure many people would do.
I hope so.
Next question is a little bit more a technical question. Mm-hmm. So Why do you prefer the 28mm lens rather than a 35mm one?
All right. So when I started with the 35. But I hope, I don't know whether this question is coming from somebody who's based out of India or somebody outside India. But when you are in India, there are so many things that you want to capture in one frame. You can't just get rid of, if I just shooting on 35, I felt that the frame was very cramped up for me. And when I'm going close, the faces were coming very close. So I wanted more of environment in my photography, so I chose 28. First, I think 8 months I was shooting with 35mm, and I realized my peripheral vision was slightly longer than 35mm, so I chose 28mm. And after that, I never looked back, and I really feel I might go on 24. I don't know, but right now I'm on 28.
Sure, thank you. Right, I think unless there are any last questions coming now, we covered the questions that we had in the live feed for now. So,
Perfect.
Vineet, thank you very much. And unless you have anything else you wanted to add as last words of wisdom from your side.
I don't know if I have that enough wisdom to tell people, but I would say that if you want to be a street photographer, you have to step out and take pictures. And also, I would like to leave you all with the words which my mentor taught me, that just remember 2 things in your life: roots and wings. Roots to keep you grounded, and wings to fly. And if you have all those things, you are definitely going to be a good human being. And if you're a good human being, you'll definitely make good pictures. So just enjoy the process. Don't really worry about what kind of photography you're doing. Enjoy the process and you will make pictures. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vineet.
Thank you, Dmitry.
So our next session will be in about 35 minutes from now. It will be with an amazing Polish photographer, Ania Klosek. So please stay tuned, and we'll see you shortly.
a dream. We were ordering some treats. You said it would be alright. I tried to stop you asking why. You started out to face it. My heart went off like crazy. You placed your arms on my head. We fell into my small bed. You started out to face it. My heart went off like crazy. I felt my breath was taken. We were about to make it.
Hello everyone again, thanks for sticking with us and coming back for this next part of the London Street Photography Festival 2020, Day 2, Part 2. And we're going to be handing over to our next speaker in a short while, who is...
Ania Klosek, an amazing photographer, street photographer and documentary photographer from Poland. So Ania will be talking about her work today and in particular about one of her latest projects on the borders. So we welcome Ania. Hello, Ania.
Hello, everyone. Hello from Warsaw, rainy Warsaw today. I hope everyone are fine.
It was actually quite sunny today over here, and for some reason, every time we have the festival, it tends to be good weather. So it's a good sign, good for photographers. So hopefully next year it will be the case as well. So thank you very much, Ania, for joining us, and we're really excited to see you and see your work and hear from you. So over to you, please.
First of all, thank you, Dmitry, for an invitation. It was a really great honor to be with all of you today. And I'd like to show you some examples of my street photography work before I will present my project regarding former Polish Soviet border. So maybe we will go straight to street photography works. Right, is the picture visible?
Yes.
All right. So this picture was taken in Lviv during one of my many trips there. I was shooting unposed picture during the whole day, and then in the end I was asked to take one group picture of all kids. As you can assume, it was supposed to be a post picture. I learned during this shooting that you can accept from kids anything. And you have to be patient, and you have to wait your time. Can you imagine how long I waited to take this picture? I thought that if someone is as bored I there, it could be like 10 minutes, 5 minutes. But it took only like 1 minute to get them bored as much as you can see it. It is probably one of my most favorite picture. Going to another one. Here we are also in Ukraine. I was on my way to the border, so to this project I will talk about today. I stopped in a small, very beautiful place, and when I saw a locomotive with the big Russian star just next to the golden roofed church, I knew that I have to wait for the situation to develop to take the picture. So we have this one. I like it also very much. Another picture from London. Street photography is about to be discreet, quick and invisible. And I was very lucky because it was everything going very fast. So I've noticed this lady playing with her scarf, and then someone passing the street, and that's it. In the second after, whole was gone. Another picture, and I said just before that street photography is about to be invisible, but taking this picture, I used a different approach. I made sure everyone saw me taking pictures. So when they accepted me and they were bored with me, they stopped paying attention to myself. Then I started really working. So, and I took this one. It was taken in Barcelona, and it was my birthday, so it is my birthday gift. Thank you, Barcelona. Another blue picture from London. It was taken in one of the very popular street photography spot, which was on Oxford Street. Because last time when I was there, it doesn't look as nice as it was here. I stopped there for some time, waiting for someone interesting to pass the frame. And when I saw this man entering the frame, I just couldn't believe I was so lucky, because he stopped. He was, as you can see, he was watching directed through the lens. And then happened something even more strange, because there is not many babushkas in London, but one appeared and I took this one. Another picture from London. As you can see, this whole family seems to, they like walking with covered face. And it was taken like 2 years ago, when covering faces wasn't as popular as it is nowadays. Another picture. This one was taken in Ukrainian front line. Oh yeah, I like it a lot also. It's not that obvious. I like this little hand touching the hairless cat. And here we are staying again on the subject of the hands. I like the situation that the hand looks like a strange creature. It's not that obvious. Again, London, during Notting Carnival, where anything can happen, as you know. And we are again in London during, no, I'm sorry, this is Lviv during the rush hours. No, excuse me. I lost something. Okay. And this picture was taken also in Lviv during the public event. I like photographing during such events because there is a lot of people photographing, and you have very easy access to anyone. You can get very close, and actually you can shoot whatever you like, and no one is asking questions. Corpus Christi, also in Lviv. I met this guy regularly during the next Corpus Christi, and I have like a selection of his pictures already. Every time he's carrying the statue of his flying little dancer from Lviv. If you have any questions when I showing the pictures, please ask. another picture from London. When I was taking this picture, I wasn't aware of what was written in the newspaper. So then when I noticed the slaughter of the innocents, the newspaper gave another meaning to this shot. And we are again in Lviv. When I started visiting this city quite regularly, this is one of the cities. This is probably the city I like shoot the most. So when I was there for the first time, I was entering every open doors. This time I went to the maternity hospital. And as you can imagine, I was very quickly asked to leave because I wasn't pregnant, nor I didn't look like a father. So I hid myself behind glass doors, and I think it was quite successful, even more than if I stayed inside. And we have 3 graces in the Cabrio, coming through the hairdressers, I guess. It is also Ukraine, Drohobych.
So Ania, you showed quite many pictures from Ukraine now. The question, we haven't really seen many pictures from Poland. Do you shoot much in Poland, or if not, why is that the reason? Is it easier for you to shoot abroad, or is there any other reason for that?
Actually, Dmitry, the most pictures are, as you said, from Ukraine, because I spend there so much time that when I come back to Poland, I have only time to edit pictures I did before being in Ukraine, and then again I come back to Ukraine. So in fact, I don't shoot in Poland much. Most of the pictures I'm showing right now are from Ukraine and from London when I shoot the most often.
Sure. Thank you.
So the next one, and again Lviv, the man with the plastic bag and with an eye. I find shooting in Ukraine very, very interesting because, as you can imagine, as you can see, I don't know if you can see that, but for me, people live there in some different way. They are more open. They are more natural. They don't rush as much as in the West, and I see it, and I like it a lot. This is the only one picture from Warsaw that I'm going to show you. It was taken through the glass, which gives a possibility to create not obvious images. As you see, it looks like the man is hitting this girl, and in fact, he's just keeping his bicycle. Another picture made through a glass. It was my very first selfie. I'm not sure if you can recognize me here. This is actually my auto-portrait. Do you have any question? How it was done? What is it? I'm not sure if it's obvious. What are you looking at?
So is it a reflection?
Yes. So the face inside, this is reflection of me, and the head itself, it was like sculpture done from a blood. So it is very bloody auto-portrait.
Okay, so it's quite scary, actually.
if you like to see the original, you have to go to the Tate Modern. So you're quite close.
That's good to know. Thank you.
And this is my last picture from the street photography series I'd like to share with you. When I took this picture of Batman, he came up and said that he wished me that this picture brought me lots of money. And that's what I like to say. I hope his wish will come true one day. I'm still waiting for it. So this is the end of my street photography. And now I'd like to show you my long-term project about former Polish-Soviet border. Is the picture visible?
Yes.
Just a moment. So after 15 years of shooting street photography, and after all these years of putting, containing the story in one picture, in one frame, I came to the point where I like to work in different way when I like to say a longer story and to divide it into many pictures. I decided to follow the former Polish-Soviet border, which existed until Soviet aggression against Poland in 1939. I put all these small villages and cities which were on this borderline. I put it into the Google Maps and went to Ukraine because those areas, those lands are in Ukraine right now. So this is another answer to your question, Dmitry, why I'm not shooting in Poland, because all the time I'm in Ukraine. Actually, I would work on this project because it's not finished yet if Ukraine was open, but due to COVID, it is closed. That's why I'm talking to you from Warsaw, not from Ukraine. Another picture from this project. It is a place which is very special for this border. In this place, which is called Okopy, I don't know how to translate it into English. Doesn't matter. In this place, in the days of the war, three borders met: Polish border, Soviet border, and border. And one of these rivers here, this is the Zbruch, which comes into Dniester. And it was the crossing point between Poland and Soviet Russia. It was interesting. That's what I said before, like after years of working with one image and being used to very crowded places where it's very easy to see the picture, to find the picture, to find the person to photograph. So after the years of working completely different way, I find myself in the situation where there was no one I traveled to the empty, abandoned villages, to forgotten cemeteries, to the places where was no people, where really literally where the ends, where the world ends, and I had to figure out how to deal with it, because it was completely different from that what I got used to. It took me some time to learn how to do that, how to approach people, how to gain their trust. It took some time. I've done already 5 trips to complete this project. The whole distance was of the border that I was planning to photograph was exactly 1,000 kilometers and over 100 small villages and cities. And so far, it's not done. I covered like 6,500 kilometers along this border to photograph and to get to all places I planned. It's not finished. Some part of this border flows along River Bruges, and I collected some pictures depicting this river right there. There is lots of small footbridges, as you can see here, coming from the former Polish side to the former Russian side, which were impossible to cross 8 years ago, and now this is very easy task, as you can see. It is within Bruges, the name of the river. And the border was exactly in the middle of the river. This boy is staying exactly in between 2 countries. When during my journey through Ukraine, I've noticed that national awareness has increased very much since the Russian aggression against Ukraine. And I've noticed by during many occasions that people are using national colors in every any possible occasions, like here. The national Ukrainian flag is blue and yellow. And these areas are full of very picturesque old cars, which are really adore. This one probably has like 50 years, was 50 years old. But I believe you can see the street approach in these pictures. Don't you, Dmitry? I like this picture a lot. Usually, when we live in the city, we can see people strolling with their dogs, and here it was a situation where a family went for a walk with their. What's the name of this animal?
Ania, could you tell us a little bit more about the logistics of the project? How did you plan it? You mentioned you checked the villages on the Google Maps. How did you organize the traveling? How did you choose which villages to visit and things like that? Do you have someone from the region who is helping you, or is it all organized and researched completely by yourself? Can you tell us a little bit more about the background and the preparations?
I used at the beginning the old soldiers map from the Second World War to figure out how the border was, in which places the border was passing. And actually, it was it wasn't planned much. I just went to the first place and then followed the path of the border. So it wasn't much logistic there. I never had anyone which was at that place, so I haven't got any contact prepared before. When I was approaching the place, I asked people about the history, about the border, if there is anyone who can still remember those times and maybe remember the borders. And people were directing me from one to the other, mostly to elder people who remembered the border. And it was very natural.
So it's more of spontaneous, some spontaneous decisions that you took on.
I was looking for this word. It was very spontaneous. I had great support from my friend in Lviv, who every time were hosting me when I was on the way to the border. But regarding the border itself, it was very spontaneous.
And you traveled by yourself everywhere, right?
Yes, I was traveling with my in my old car. I was planning even to spend a night there if I couldn't find any room for a night. But there was lots of situation when there wasn't any hotels or any place to stay. So I was just asking people if someone can rent the room, and you wouldn't believe, I was offered nights so many times. So for the most of the time, I was sleeping into the houses of people I didn't know, and they even didn't want any money for that. So it was the great support from the side of the people itself who lived there.
That's a great story, actually. Yeah. Thank you, Ania. I think it's always interesting to hear more about the preparations, and the kind of the backstage of a project. So yeah, so thanks for sharing those things with us. So yes, over to you. Thank you.
All right, so I didn't have an idea how it's going to evolve, what I'm going to shoot, what I'm going to bring from the journey. So everything was new for me. As I mentioned, especially the way of working was completely different. And during this journey, I learned myself how to work with people, how to find them, and actually how it's going to, all of this, how it's going to see. Most of these people, actually there is no stage picture. Everything was very natural, and probably any picture is staged. I mean, posed. The one thing which I really loved doing the work on this project was that the people were passing information between themselves, that I'm traveling, that I'm shooting, and the fact that I'm there was faster that how to say that, I was in the villages. The information about me shooting was faster when I was coming to those villages. The people just knew that someone is traveling and making project about their life, about the way they live, about the border. And the most incredible thing was that people were very open and so friendly. Actually, there was probably no place where I was excused and asked to not photograph, and that I couldn't enter. As you see, there was many pictures from inside also. Here on this picture, you can see the old Polish church. In this village, there is also an Orthodox church which works, and this one, as you see, has been forgotten. So from this picture, from this journey, emerged the picture of today Ukraine, which is really far from the big cities and from the modern life. This is how people live. It was very first place here when I was asked if I have place to stay overnight, and at the day I haven't, so I stayed with them. Great, beautiful people. I lived in this place for over 2 weeks. As I said before, Ukraine is probably one of the last places in this part of Europe where people have still such old cars in such a great conditions. And I love them. They are very picturesque. Very often I had a fixers. I mean, not really fixers, but people ask if they can help me, and they were showing me interesting places. And they were invite me to their colleagues, to their families, so I could photograph and listen to the stories from the old times. There was a couple of situations when elder people told me the stories from the wartime and said that they never said it before to anyone. And most of the times, it were very touching and moving stories. Remains of the Soviet times. I don't know if everyone can recognize this is Lenin. There are really a lot of great stories still waiting to be discovered. This man was professor of biology, saying such interesting stories. And after this meeting, I decided to record our conversation because it wasn't my idea at the very beginning. So then I came to the conclusion it would be a great loss if I don't record, I didn't record this.
Ania, we have another question from the audience now.
Yes.
A question coming from Alvaro. Ania, how have you supported yourself during the project?
What does it mean? How do I support it?
I guess the question. Sorry.
I don't understand. What does it mean? How did I support it myself? You mean was that safe, or how to understand this?
I think probably the question is whether you got any funding for the project, or did you do it completely yourself? Or?
I wrote. I got a grant to work on this project from Polish government. Actually, the idea of making this, I had it like the first thought was like 5 years ago, and then I was thinking how to about the logistic, how to make it, and of course the funds were one of the main subject. So when I got the grant, it was everything was done.
That's great. Yeah, so getting a grant is definitely a great way to support yourself to produce documentary work, which otherwise might be very difficult for most of the photographers. Yeah. Thanks for answering the question.
It was difficult because although the cost wasn't very high, but it took a lot of time to work on this project. I spent in Ukraine altogether so far up to 5 months. So living during this time, it would be expensive. Probably I wouldn't done it without this grant. Yeah. As you can see, I was entering every single place when I saw a human being or animal, everything was interesting. I was very lucky here to find such a situation.
Indeed. Another question coming from Thomas, who is asking whether you're planning to publish a book as a result of completing your project?
Yes, I do. I will go for very last journey in next month. So when I did exactly whole villages I was planning, I will work on a book.
Great. We're looking forward
And
to
I
that
hope
book.
to
Sure.
add also the stories that I mentioned that I recorded because they are very valuable.
Thank you. Looking forward to it.
Thank you. And it was the very first place here when I was invited for dinner. I was passing the place. There was a beautiful smell. So, of course, I started the conversation because I had planned already to photograph the people. Haven't got a photo about spending a beautiful day with them and sharing the meal. So we have a picture.
If you want, you can.
People were so open and so friendly and so curious about me, and that's what I'm working about. I will present you literally two pictures where border was dividing Poland through Soviet Russia, and this is one of it. Poland was on the left, Russia on the right side. This lady after shooting gave me like 5 kilos of apples. Wishing all the best. When I saw those guys, I parked my car like couple of meters farther, approached them asking where is the shop which I just passed. But every time I just need to ask any question about anything to start a conversation. We spent like 2-3 minutes talking, and I got what I stopped for.
That might be a good point to ask you, Ania.
I can't hear the question.
Yeah, Paula Bevan asks, did you feel safe there? So obviously you're approaching sort of groups of strangers, such as in that photograph, and you spark off a bit of conversation. Were there times where you felt that perhaps you wouldn't be able to take a picture in those situations, or did you generally feel quite comfortable and welcomed there?
I felt safe during the whole journey. There wasn't even one situation when I felt uncomfortable. I never felt that something might happen, but as I mentioned before, people are very open and friendly.
Good to know. Good to hear.
And this is the probably one situation when I'm on the Soviet part, because the idea of the project was depicting the border from the former Polish side. So from the left side, you can see before the river. But here was a great castle on a mountain, so I climbed there to take a shot from distance. And that's what was interesting for me, and I like to say very new, but actually it wasn't new. I remember it from my childhood from Poland, when people were spending lots of time outside. It has changed here, but still hasn't changed in Ukraine, and it is really incredible that people live together, spending time together, being outside. They are not sitting at home closed. They live together with their neighbors. They are not so close. I started journey in February. It was very cold, and probably you won't see any picture from this period here. But it was to photograph during the whole year. So while working on the book, I will include also pictures from the winter time. And here there's very early spring.
We do actually have a question from Swarat, who, in relation to the book, he asks if you're planning to incorporate more archival materials in terms of old photographs or anything like that. I know you mentioned you initially worked from an old soldier's map that demonstrated the borders. So I wonder if there might be any more of that sort of historical ephemera that might be incorporated along with the photographs.
I'm afraid I lost this question. Could you please try to put in some other words?
Yes, sure. So Suat initially asked, I'm curious if you're planning to incorporate more archival materials, such things as old photographs of the area.
You mean
or I know you mentioned that you used to work from a map. So
no. It will include only the pictures taken during the journeys. So, and coming from archive, it will be only the mentioning that the border was led by me again from the old soldiers' maps.
Yeah.
As you can see, people, regarding this picture, people allowed me to come very close, to come very close to them, to spend the time with them, to live with them, next to them. So I was an observer, but also I was the part of their daily routine. And this man offered me to show the abandoned village, the last abandoned village where Polish people lived up to the wartime, and spend with me like 5 hours. Dmitry, I will need the word come driving me on a horse. So I had some great journey with him. I would not find myself the places that people showed me. The idea that such a places exist. we are coming to the end. I will just mention the story of this man. He was a soldier. When he jumped the parachute, most of his colleague from the military colleagues died during this jump, and he was lucky because he just lost his legs. And this is my very first picture from exactly from the border, Poland and Russia, the both opposite sides before the war. So it was the place where border came through. And actually, it wasn't that difficult to follow this line because at the beginning I was following very, very carefully the military maps. But then I realized that the border was preserved. There are, Dmitry, how it is called? Regiony.
Regions?
Yes, so the border is right now the border of the region in Ukraine. So it exists, but in a different way.
Okay, so that helped probably to navigate.
Yes, but I found it out like in the halfway. But it helped, yes. So it seems like it is everything what I prepared for today.
So thank you very much for sharing, Ania. We have a couple of questions still, if you don't mind. So the first one coming from James, who is asking whether you actually had a chance to meet people who still remembered the border in 1939 or before that.
Yes, I did. I realized that it was really very last moment for making this project and for collecting the story from them, because I realized that when I visited the small village Orechowiec, when you saw the picture from the funeral, someone told me that if I come 4 weeks before, I would meet another 3 persons, 3 people who could tell me some stories. But during the month time, they pass away. So I realized that even 1 month was making a huge difference working on this project. I was lucky to talk to more than 15 people about the war times. I mean, more than 15 people who were who remember the times.
I see. Yeah, it is indeed challenging to find people who still remember something from those times from long ago now, who are still alive. There is another question coming from Mary, actually, who was asking whether you met some people who are still speaking Polish, or they mostly spoke Ukrainian to you, which we know you understand as well.
I did. It is the interesting story. I did meet one lady who spoke so beautiful Polish language. But the Polish language, which was learned before the war. But what is interesting, she even wasn't Polish herself, but she was learning as a small girl in a Polish school. She was Russian. Now she's still alive, because some of the people I've met already passed away during the last months. And she's like 93 or 4 years old, and she's active Polish teacher, preparing kids for exams to the Polish schools. So it was one very exceptional situation when someone was talking so good Polish. But in most of the times, people who lived at that times in Poland remembered Polish poems, Polish songs, and they were very, very, and they remember it very well and could tell it very precisely, although they couldn't speak Polish anymore, because Polish was just the language that they learned at school. Most of them, most of my speakers were Ukrainians. I haven't met many Polish on my way. It was probably 2 or 3 people who I met. I can't say yes who I met, because as I said, I haven't done any researches, so I was talking only to people who were on my way. Although every time when I was coming to the new village, I was asking if there are any Polish people left. Most of the times, no. There are mainly Ukrainians living there. Polish all left during the war, or passed away, or were murdered. So mostly they are Ukrainian. And most of the times I was speaking Ukrainian. During the journey and during my many trips before to Ukraine, I can't say I learned language, but I understand language very well and can communicate in very simple way. So I know language enough to make such a conversation. And the most important for me is that my questions are understandable for them, and I understand all their stories. So it is enough to work.
Sure. Thank you, Ania. And probably the last question before we wrap up, a question coming from Sophia, who is asking about the main challenges you encountered on your project. So far, you mentioned that the people were friendly, that you didn't have any major problems. But were there any challenges at all that you faced?
Actually, I can say it was pure pleasure. There wasn't much challenges. The main challenge was to find the right people. But with the really great help from the side of the of people who live there, it wasn't as difficult as I could think in the beginning. Once my car has broken, but again, people helped me to fix it without even wanting to be paid for that. So that's what I can say regarding whole this trip and whole this project. It's that people in Ukraine are just great, open, friendly, and I would love to have such a friends and colleagues like all of them who I met on my way.
That's great to hear. Thank you, Ania. And thank you very much for showing your work and talking about your project. And I'm sure most of us are looking forward to seeing your book published. So good luck with that, and hopefully that happens sooner rather than later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for listening, and thank you for being with me.
Thank you for joining us. So we're going to take a bit of an extended break now, but rest assured our return will be an exciting one because we will be announcing the winners of our contests. So we'll see you at 3:40 Greenwich Mean Time +1, or British Summer Time, and have a good lunch.
to mislead. This is all you need. Be your everything, and I'll be your everything. Still too soon to feel. Please just say it's real. More than just a thrill, not just in it for the thrill. I'm in it for the love, 'cause love it needs to touch it. You're pressing on my buttons, babe, let me tell you something. I'm in it for the love, 'cause love it needs to touch it. You're pressing on my buttons, babe, let me tell you something. I'm in it for the love. 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 For the love.
treading on a thin line. Hitting rock bottom. I need the strength to pull me up. From the rubble, from the rubble.
Welcome back to that big moment we've all been waiting for, other than Forrest Walker's talk that's coming up just after this. So we are now announcing the competition winners, and I know we kept you in the lurch a little bit longer. I'm going to say that was for dramatic effect. We're not running late, we meant it. So let's go ahead. Alex, if we can pull our announcement screen up with first category is the under 21s, a great category for representing young street photographers around the world. And we see actually it's often a really good international turnout for this one, isn't it? So without further ado, in third place we have, apologies if I don't say any of these names right, I did Google this, so let's give it a go. We have Enis Butuhan Dace with this image here. Where those feet are coming from, I don't know. Very playful scene. And in second place, we have Anaranya Basu from India with quite a classic form-led, well, I could say form-led. It's a great moment as well, but great composition in that. And in first place, we have, drum roll please. There it is. Okay, I'm going to read this one first. We have Naman, I can definitely say your first name, I hope. Naman Srivastava from India. Applause, everyone. You hear the world applauding. With that brilliant surreal photo. I don't know if there's a march going on in there, but the light is great with that kid on the left-hand side. So over to Dmitry, you are now announcing the London category.
It's my pleasure, thank you. Without further ado, the third place goes to Dmitry Vohra. It's a very interesting, unusual scene, I would say. It's not something you see every day in London. The second place goes to Alessia Kim.
Is he attacking her or helping her? Or not?
It is difficult to understand what's going on, and that's, I think, one of the advantages of this photograph.
Open to interpretation.
And the first place goes to, drumroll, Mohammed Torki. Congratulations.
Brilliant. I'm not going to even ask what's going on the left. We can,
There's so much going on in this picture anyway.
Yeah, I mean, kids are present. So on to our next category, which is series. And although we'll obviously be displaying these full series on the website and as we share them across social medias and other medias, but we're just going to show one sort of a hero image from each series here. So in third place, we have Sonia Madrigal from Mexico. I don't know if we see so many Mexican entries all that often.
Not so many, no.
Good.
So
that's
that's great for
yeah. And so second place we have Stuart Patton from Italy. It's quite a surreal image there.
Yeah. It's hard to
I'd look forward to seeing
going
how the others complement off that. And so you know how to say this one. You should probably should have said this one because they're from Russia. In first place, we have Emil Gatolin. This guy's just hanging out upside down. I wonder what the series is about. Is it people being upside down? Is it from a place or yeah?
You need
that
to
looks
check
like
the
a
entries.
cool one. So, onto our singles and Dmitry.
So now we're moving to the singles category, and the third place goes to Nukul Likanchana from Thailand.
A surreal photo there.
It's very mysterious.
Quite haunting, yeah.
Yeah.
Mysterious.
Well done.
Okay.
The second place goes to Helena Alexandra from Germany.
I love that one. It's almost like, presumably, she hasn't treated that for colour, but it looks like every single colour has just been pulled out of the photograph and there's just been left with red and a little bit of blue.
Yeah, very subtle
Yeah.
scene as well. Well done. And now the final announcement for this evening. The first place in the singles category of the LSPF 2020 goes to Evgenia Pavlova, Russia. Well done and congratulations.
And that's just how they deal with snow in different countries other than the UK. Like, we wouldn't even be out in that.
You build walls
made
and then
themselves.
you can build houses. Very convenient.
So, well done. What time are we on? Can we get Forrest in? I wonder if the guys could speak over. We're probably 5 minutes early for Forrest. So we're just going to cut to our holding slide and give you that little bit of anticipation for Forrest Walker's Forrest presentation, and we'll see you very, very shortly.
keep searching for your trace in the dark, losing myself in the endless memories of the end right from the start. You're an obsession in my head, I can't forget your eyes. Your kissless breath, my skin, I feel so empty inside.
Okay, everyone, welcome back. We're going into our final discussion now, but of course, big congratulations to all the winners we just ran through. And if you missed that, we'll be posting those out on medias very soon.
Yep. So now we're moving to our final talk, which will be by an American photographer, Forrest Walker, who's probably one of the most well-traveled photographers from all of the people that I know personally. And he'll be sharing his work that he produced in many different countries and cities all over the world, really, in the last several years. So over to you, Forrest. Hello and welcome.
Hello.
It's good to see you.
Hey. How's it going? I just want to say your sound right now is really like muffled, and it wasn't before, so I can barely understand you right now.
Okay, well, we can hear you quite well, so hopefully everyone at home can hear you, and that's the important bit right now. So over to you, Forrest.
All right, so my name's Forrest Walker. I'm from Portland, Oregon. I actually grew up on the coast in Oregon, went to college, and then moved to Portland. And I didn't start off in photography, but I worked an office job. I was in the business world. But then around 7-8 years ago, I decided to fully move into photography. It had been a passion of mine for a while, and I just kind of jumped into it. And so what I'm going to talk about here, though, is mainly just a project. I'm not going to go too much into my background. We're going to focus on the project because that's going to take the full time, I think. So if you don't know me, the last 5 years up until this year, I was working on a project covering major cities around the world. It was ended up covering 105. The goal was always around 100 major cities, and it took a full 5 years. I covered 75 countries, and that's just kind of the main part of it, but there's a lot more to it. I was working in Istanbul back in 2015, early 2015, doing some documentary work there, and I was had just jumped into photography full time, and I wanted to do something really big. I wanted to do something that would take a lot of dedication that really hadn't been done before, and really jump into it, because I got kind of a late start in photography since I graduated in economics and business, and totally something different. So I really wanted to immerse myself into something and see if I could finish it. So I decided to cover major cities, and I wanted to cover the gamut. I wanted to cover cities all over the world. I want to make it equal. I can show you. Can I move over to the slides here? Here's a map here, but it's pretty small there, so you can't really see everything. But there's 105 cities there, and I tried to cover an equal amount. So, of course, in Asia, you have a lot of different major cities. But like I said, I covered 75 countries, so they are pretty spread out. Here's Asia. There's around 32 cities there. Europe, there's 28. North and Central America, 19. South America, of course, there's not as many countries there, but I covered 11 there. And then Africa and the Middle East, you have 15. So we'll go back here. But I just wanted to say that because a lot of the cities that you'll see on the, we'll go back here. A lot of the cities you'll see, especially in places like Central America and Africa, you're not going to see a lot of coverage especially in the way that I was covering them. I wanted to cover them completely candidly, or as candidly as possible. So every photo on this work here is unposed. There's no talking beforehand. Pretty much rarely was there any talking at all, even afterwards. So I wanted to cover cities that you really didn't see a lot of photography from that was like that. So places like in Africa, like Accra and Nairobi, and then in Central America, like Guatemala City and San Salvador, different cities like that. You didn't see, even if you go to the Magnum archives, you don't see a lot of photos there unless it's something like war or political unrest or poverty or things like that. I just wanted to cover the life there, and I wanted to cover a life around the world and find connections, similarities, differences, but a lot of the similarities of the basic life that the things we all share in common. And so when I show you the photos, you'll see what I'm talking about here. But when I started out, that's what I wanted to cover. But from there, I wanted to evolve more into a theme, because at the end of the work, I wanted to, I'll go back. I wanted to see what stood out to me and then put that together into a book that would kind of tell a story of life connecting all these different places. So that was the main idea of the book, and it evolved to that. But then I also wanted to I know a lot of people just want to see the photos from different places. So I do have another book like that too, that will probably be coming out first. And that one's called Cross Country. And that's more just showing connections between different places, one-on-one. But the other one's going to be more of a story, kind of the story of life. So from young to old and everything in between, and the different themes that I saw. So on top of that, when I did this, I wanted to dedicate everything to it. So we'll go back to the slides here, but you can see here every day I walked an average of, the average was about 14 miles, 21 kilometers per day, and that was year round, and that's even counting travel days. So I was working nonstop on this every day. This was 1 month here, and that was actually 20 miles per day. But this is more of the average here, around 14 to 16 miles a day. So that's over 20 kilometers per day. And so I was really dedicated to this, and it didn't matter where I was at. I wanted to kind of cover the city in the same way. I wanted to do it alone. I didn't have any fixers or any help. I wanted to tackle it the same way. So even if it's a safe place or it's a dangerous place or there's lots of security, I wanted to still put myself out there. So I made sure that I was going out there 100%, even if it was risky. I knew it was all or nothing. So I did come into a lot of difficulties. The main difficulties really were security and police and things like that, especially security in a lot of places, Africa, Middle East, mostly. And then I did run into some trouble. I was like in Colombia, I ran into some gang there, and I have had a knife pulled on me a few times, but never, only once up close. And then I never had an experience with any guns or anything like that, so that was good. But like I said, the biggest problem was security. I've been arrested a few times, once in Morocco, once in Beirut, and then actually once in London too. Each time I got off, it was just more out of suspicion about what I was doing with the camera. But there were those difficulties, but luckily I made it through pretty much unscathed. I never got robbed or anything like that. So, but it was difficult, and after the first year, a lot of people, when I did this project, they thought it would be fun because they see all these pictures in different countries, and it looks like fun. But I was never about traveling for fun. I couldn't afford it anyway. So I was living the most basic life imaginable, and every day was work, and I was never doing any tourist things or anything like that. So it was work, and that's kind of when I started it. I wanted it to be work. So now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to share some slides. I picked around 100 photos from the project, but they're not all going to make the book. Of course, most won't make the book or any of the books. And then I have other photos that I'm saving that probably will make the book. Because when I put it out, I want it to be like at least a third that's never been seen, photos that haven't been seen. So these photos here, I just kind of want to immerse you into the whole project so you can get an idea of all the different cities I went to I know a lot of people like to hear stories. I don't really like to give too much background on a photo because I like the viewer to experience it themselves, but I know that's what people like. So for some photos, I'll give stories or some info behind the photo, and then other photos, I'll just be quiet and just kind of scroll through. So sometimes I won't be talking, but so let's get started on that, unless you have any questions right now before we get into that.
Please carry on. For now, I will ask any questions if, as soon as we get them and they're relevant to what you're presenting. Otherwise, we will have some Q&A at the end.
Okay. So one other question that I get a lot is why major cities? A lot of people, when they do photography, they like the places, the more of the touristic places. And for some of the major cities, you're talking like a London or a Tokyo or New York, where a lot of people go for photos. But then a lot of, I'd say around a third of the cities or more, people don't go for photography at all. But I really wanted to cover major cities because a lot of those cities, they're really important to that country. There's a lot of people that can relate to that city because they're from there or they're from a city by it. So it could, viewers could see, and pretty much every viewer can see the book and they will know a city. But also because every city, a major city you go to, it's like many layers and different worlds within each city. And at first it might just look like a big, messy city, but once you really get in there, there's a lot more to see, and I really like that. And it's also, I find it more challenging than a lot of cities where all the interest is just kind of in your face. With bigger cities, a lot of times you have to find the interest, and the more you look, the more you find. But now we'll get into it. And the book, final book, will be more of a, like I said, a story, but these photos, I'm just going to kind of share some of the main themes I was looking at, some of the interests that I found around the world that I was taking a lot of photos of that became themes that I want to focus on in the book. So first, we're going to start just with kind of environment, people in their environment. And so this first photo here is in Mumbai, India. And so there's not too much story to this photo other than I saw these. Yeah, it was like a group of, looks like around high school age, all dressed in the same, kind of matched the water there. And I just waited here until they were all separated. Got a lot of separation, but I like this photo. This was an early morning on Mumbai Drive. I'm sorry, Marine Drive. This is actually the first city that I was in because I was already living in Istanbul when I started this project. This right here is in San Salvador, El Salvador, and I just saw these random mirrors on the street here. This was a place that has a pretty bad reputation for crime. It is one of the highest homicide rates, and a lot of the different areas are controlled by gangs, but it wasn't quite as bad as I was told it would be. I felt mostly safe. This area wasn't the safest, but yeah, during the day, it is a lot safer, though, as long as you watch your surroundings and watch body language. It's a lot safer during the day. Once it hits night, I would usually go inside. But this was just an empty street, so it took a while to find things to cross in the mirrors. But it was kind of a random find. This is in Diradawa, Ethiopia. Very colorful city. This was actually the last city that I covered on the project, in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. And that was one of, there's some cities that you don't know what to expect and that end up being a lot better than expected. And this was one city, one of my favorite cities, actually. And I was actually there for a while, too. So I was doing some other work there. So I was there for around a month. It's a really interesting city. Salvador de Bahia. This is also in Brazil, in Rio. Here you see so many photos of the beach, so I just try to find a different view. This is another one of my favorite cities that I didn't ever expect to be one of my favorite cities, but St. Petersburg, Russia. They have over, I think, over 100 bridges there, or way more than that. They have like over 100 islands, and all connected by bridges. And on one day a year, they have a big, it's called the White Nights Festival, because it stays light for about like 22 hours a day, and they bring up the bridge on this day for a show at night. This is in Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, by the fish market. Fez, Morocco, in the Medina. So you don't get much light in the Medinas, of course, because they're so tight. But I saw this reflection here and just waited for something interesting to come in the light. I saw the blue and yellow. This is in Quito, Ecuador, in the old city. I think it has the first UNESCO heritage old town. This is in Guatemala City. This is in Los Angeles. So this is, like I said, everything is unposed. This person has no idea I even took a photo of them, but it kind of looks like almost like a advertisement or something. But this is downtown LA, and this person was just playing around. Kyiv, Ukraine. Ukraine became one of my favorite cities too, and I spent multiple visits in Odessa. This is in Kyiv, but in Odessa, and I actually have a small book coming out about that too. Here we go in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. This is by the main market there, and every evening they do a little circus show. This is in San Jose, Costa Rica. Port-au-Prince. It's another city that was very interesting to cover. Since like I said, I'm going alone everywhere. Going alone there was interesting at first because you go into the city and everyone tells you that it's so dangerous. And it is overwhelming at first because you don't see police anywhere really, and you're just surrounded by people. But it ended up being really good. I mean, photography for me was pretty easy there as long as you're friendly and kind of have fun with it. Most people didn't mind. Jerusalem. This is in Rio. So when I go to these big cities, I do go to some of the tourist areas too, because they're tourist areas for a reason, and there's always a lot of life. But at the same time, I don't really love most tourist areas because it's just tourism. Kind of see the same things. You don't really get a real feel for the life of the city. But you need to go to I like to go to the certain like famous monuments and statues, just because it does really put a place into the photo. And so I tried to go up to the Cristo a few times or a couple times, but every time it was so foggy you couldn't see it. And then the last time I decided to go up anyway, and at least I got something out of it. You could barely see the statue, but it made for an interesting effect, and probably was more interesting than if it was just a normal sunny day.
Forrest, we have a couple of questions now coming.
Sure.
To you. So the first question is from Michael, who said that he probably asked you this question before, but he forgot the answer. So the question was how you managed to keep the work consistent, given that you needed to travel to all these different locations. Did you use the same equipment? Anything else to help you keep it consistent?
Okay, good question, because it's a big focus of mine to keep it consistent. So I don't want to go to a place and have all these preconceptions of the place and kind of just, then there's a bunch of cliches of what people expect to see. So I do try to, no matter the place, I try to tackle it the same way. So there is kind of some cohesiveness to the project too. The way I do that is just, again, I don't really come into it with any certain ideas of the place. I just go in there and just whatever comes to me, whatever I see, I kind of go off what I'm interested in, and what I'm interested in is the same in lots of places. So I just kind of hit it the same way, and I just focus the same way, and I just kind of free my mind for that. And of course, yeah, I do use the same camera, and I mostly, I'd say around 85% of the photos on the project were with a 28 millimeter equivalent, but then the other 15% were with a 35 millimeter equivalent. So I like both. For this project, I was going to major cities, so we're talking about a lot of the cities were crammed, packed, so it gives me a little more freedom with the 28, but I do like the 35 too, because sometimes the 28 spreads things out a little too much. But for this project, I think the 28 was the best. But yeah, everything, the equipment's the same. I don't bring much at all. It's just a small mirrorless camera, one lens at a time, and a couple extra batteries, and I just use a wrist strap, and that's it.
Thank you. Another question for you. Did you ever get tired of living on the move? And if yes, at what time into the project?
Yeah, I'm really tired. So the big reason that well, there's lots of reasons, but one big reason is I'm on a budget, so I'm living like really low means. I don't ever rent a hotel or go out to eat or anything like that. So everything's just scraping by, living out of a backpack. So I don't really get to enjoy the place other than when I'm shooting. So I enjoy photography, obviously, but other than that, I'm not really enjoying the place. I'm not doing touristic things. So it gets old after a while, and also being alone all the time, of course, and you're moving around, you don't get a lot of that. You meet people, but when I'm on this project, I'm just focused on the project, so it would take time to really get to know people anyway. So I'm just moving, and that gets depressing, of course. So I'd say about a year into it, it started. I almost quit like many times. Every year I almost quit. But then once I got to a certain point, I'd already sacrificed so much and put so much skin in the game that it would have been really, well, I already would have lost a lot, so I might as well finish. And I don't like quitting anyway, so yeah. So that, I was just focused on finishing, but yeah, I'd say around a year into it, it got pretty bad. Yeah, I would take a break every year, like a month break.
Yep.
I would have to make money enough to get by, so I would take breaks for that sometimes too. But like for, I'd say around 3 years of it was nonstop, and then mix of breaks in the other years.
For us viewers, it's great that you haven't actually stopped at some point earlier. So thank you for that. Over to you first.
Okay. So this is in Soweto, which is a township in Johannesburg. It's actually where Mandela lives. It's the biggest one in South Africa. And so, yeah, like I said, I don't go out much at night because in the dangerous areas. And Johannesburg is one of the top 3 most dangerous cities that I covered, feeling-wise, especially in the center. This area, Soweto, used to be the most dangerous area, but I actually felt safer there. I stayed a few days here and just walked around. And I was coming home one day, and I just saw they were burning, and it was almost dark. So I just jumped. I went back to my place and then came outside just for this picture. But this is one of the few night photos you'll see on the project. I don't do a lot of night photography on the project, at least. Mostly because, sometimes because the city's dangerous, but also because I'm spending 8+ hours a day already shooting during the day, and then I kind of have to focus on work at night on the computer. This is in Brussels, so just kind of a busy scene here, and of course the whippets. And I use a 28 millimeter here in most of the pictures, so I do have to get up really close. So I've worked different ways to do that without attracting too much attention. This is in Lima. Kind of a different people with their different occupations, and you have the different lines to the top. This is in one of the first cities I covered, in Marrakesh. They're setting up the main square. Tokyo, another one of my favorite cities, but that's pretty common. Most people like Tokyo for photography. Yangon. This is in Tel Aviv. On the main boardwalk there, there's a swimming pool. So this is through the glass there. Hong Kong at that market. You'll see a lot of my photos, I do like layers. And so a lot of the times I'm just waiting for everything to separate, kind of timing people's walks. Nairobi. Nairobi was another place that I got a lot of warnings about, but ended up being all right. And I found it really interesting in the center there. A lot of times with safety issues, it's just it's mostly just confidence. When I decided to do this project, I knew that either I was going to go all in or not do it at all. So when I go to these dangerous places, I just go in the middle of the city, and of course I try to observe things and stay safe, but I kind of just go with full confidence, and then that usually limits what happens. I mean, you can kind of sense, especially when you're already looking around for photos, you sense when you see bad body language, so you just make sure you stay away from those people. I get followed quite a bit in these dangerous areas, but I pretty much always see it happening, so I'm able to keep a distance. And yeah, a lot of times when it comes to dangerous situations, they're just small-time criminals, so they're not going to, during the day, they're not going to shoot you, but they might try to get close to you. They might have been asked so many questions. Usually they'll ask the time, or they'll ask, I've been asked, like, what kind of sandals do you have? Can I see the name? Things like that, so they can get close to you. Just don't get close. Always keep moving. This is in Chennai. Used to be Madras. This is a beach, probably the most interesting beach you'll go to. It's always packed, but you'll never see like sunbathers. It's just people coming after work or to cool off. They usually come in the evening when it's not too hot. This is in New York. This was on a 4th of July. They're waiting in line there. This is, I think this is around Brighton Beach, between Coney Island and Brighton Beach area. But I like the different, there's just a lot, it's really multicultural, and you see all the different outfits, and everything's really interesting to me. This is a photo where it's a pretty easy photo to take. I mean, there wasn't a lot to composing it, but you just have to take it before it's ruined. So, and I knew that I was only going to have one shot at it. So, Beijing. This is in Moscow. Kind of, you have the construction workers here, the woman with the flowers, and I like the mixture of color too. You'll see in a lot of my photos that color is a pretty important part.
Forrest, a couple of more questions coming.
Okay.
Right. So first one is probably a question that you get a lot. I would expect is how do you fund the project? And the second question, not related to that, but from the same person, is whether you ever use a tripod in street photography.
Okay. First question. Yeah, I get that a lot. So I mentioned this earlier, but I do live on a budget that I don't think people really understand. Because when people ask me that question, sometimes I'll meet them, or it's friends I already know. But then when I meet them, they'll be like, "Let's go out and do this and that," and I can't do that. So there's it. So if you knew how much money I spent, you'd probably be surprised. It's a very small amount. I spend around. I mean, the biggest expense is probably when I'm really traveling around is the airfare. But I try to schedule it so I'm not moving very far, and if I can, I'm not taking a plane. But I spend around $1,000 a month in budget, so you can imagine that's not that much. So I just have to make enough for that. But on top of that, I did have a different job before photography. I saved some money from that. That ran out around 2 years into the project. And then from there, it's a mixture of making enough money and then also, unfortunately, debt too. So there's some credit card usage too. But yeah, once I got to a certain point where I didn't want to quit, I just kind of had to just make it happen however I could. So, but definitely didn't have a bunch of money funding me. So, and then on with the other question with the tripod, no. I wouldn't want to use a tripod, but I work out of a backpack, so I couldn't really carry a tripod. And when I'm out in the street, I just want to be as minimal as possible. I'm wearing like I mean, I try to time the schedule to be where it's sunny too, like endless summer, because I'm only in a certain place for a certain amount of time, so I don't want every day to be raining, and I want light. So I'm just wearing shorts, sandals, t-shirts, and my camera, and that's it. And that's how I like to work. I'd rather, if I could, I wouldn't even use a camera. I'd use my eyes, but I wanted just be looking for photos and take the photos quickly and easily as possible and keep moving. But yeah, I can imagine using a tripod for street photography anyway, because I'm always move a lot. So.
Sure, thanks.
Right.
Another question related to your photography technique is whether you ever shoot from the hip, or you always use the viewfinder in your camera.
Yeah, I never shoot from the hip during the project. I mean, when I first started photography, I probably played around with it, but I don't like shooting from the hip. I don't like the look of it personally. It's fine if you do, but it doesn't look, it's off to me. And when I see it, it looks like you're shooting from the hip, but I also don't like the angle up. I'm trying to shoot from my eye. So when I take a photo, I already saw it in my eye. So I've gotten so used to that it's just a necessity that I move the viewfinder to my eye, because I already have the photo there. So if I didn't move it to my eye, it wouldn't be the photo I see. So that's one reason. And I just like the connection that I have using the viewfinder, and I wouldn't get that doing that. I also don't like being sneaky. I mean, I'm trying to not be seen. I'm trying to be not really noticed, but at the same time, I don't want to look like I'm doing anything sneaky. So I always do the viewfinder. If anyone ever questions me if I took a photo, it's obvious, yeah, I did take a photo, and it usually helps. But yeah, I never shoot from the hip, and don't like the look of it, and it just wouldn't work for me.
Thank you, Forrest. Back to you.
Okay, so yes, this is in London. Kind of an odd couple there, but I like it. Marrakesh. Belgrade, they're coming out of a metro tunnel here into the light. This is actually just outside of Riga. This was in Riga, and this was just a random occurrence where I already noticed this is a portable toilet, but I saw these girls coming, and it looks like they're obviously work at the same place, wearing the same outfits. So I already noticed the background, and then I saw them coming to it, and then they decided to use each bathroom for whatever reason, but it created a little dynamic. This is Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam, Saigon, where I actually lived or was based for a little while too, after Istanbul. This is in Guatemala City. One thing I do like to do is most of my pictures are outside, but when I'm in random places, I like to check out the little bars. There's always something going on. So they're usually a little sketchy, but the people end up being pretty friendly. They're drunk, but this was a random little bar in Guatemala City. Not the nicest area, but I checked it out. There's a couple people in there. They were actually watching Bad Boys, the movie, on the screen there. And then you can see the little the calendar there with the women on it. I like places with a lot of character like this. That's why I do like a little edge in some dangerous areas too. This is in Almaty. Central Asia is another area that's very interesting to me because there's a lot of character there. It's very unique. St. Petersburg. I believe they probably just graduated university because that's what a lot of people are celebrating. They're both wearing suits. One's wearing a bathing suit and one's wearing a suit. Nice scene. In Lima here, you have the white pants couple. You'll see, I didn't really mention it, but some of the photos at the start were more about environment. Some of the other big things that I saw were a love, maybe it was just I was interested in seeing photographing relationship, couples, friendship, family, things like that. But it's something you notice everywhere. It's obviously one of the most important parts of our life. So you'll see a lot of that here, that theme. This was during Carnival in That's actually incorrect. This is Rio. The bottom left there, it's Rio, Brazil. This is in New York. So I saw this couple talking. They obviously were saying goodbye. One was going to catch the metro. I saw that movie poster there, Did He Do It? And I thought maybe there's a chance they'll kiss, and they did. So a lot of photography, unposed photography, candid photography, is just kind of predicting things happen, and most of the times they don't, but sometimes they do. Kathmandu. This is Mexico City. You have two couples here, completely different moods, separated by that pole here. St. Petersburg again. He was pretty drunk and he couldn't pull his pants, or he couldn't button his pants, so his wife helped him. It's kind of a funny scene. Odessa, Ukraine. So obviously you have a girl taking selfie and then the couple. Petersburg, Russia again.
Forrest, there's another question for you.
Dalat, Vietnam.
A question from Alvaro, who is asking you to expand on your technique for getting closer to people without being noticed, especially if there is no crowd around you to use as a cover.
Okay. Yeah. For people that are familiar with, it's kind of a common technique, I think, because it works. People are familiar with Winogrand. It's kind of that technique where you're never really looking right at your subject. It's always in your peripheral. So the whole time I'm seeing what's going on, but I'm not staring right at it and being obvious. And you just kind of act natural, kind of look like you're looking at something else. And you sense when it's happening and you take the photo. So not any super quick movements, but not any suspicious movements either. That's why I don't shoot from the hip. I go up and I take the photo and quickly but smoothly, and then keep walking. And most of the time they either don't notice or they don't care because maybe they think I took a photo of something else. I mean, really, I don't, and obviously I got better at it because the first year I was doing this project, I got a lot more people asking me what I'm doing. But after the first year, I really don't have any problem. The only problems I ever have, like I said, are really with police or security watching me, asking me what's going on. And maybe once in a while someone will get mad, but it's usually someone I didn't take a photo of, someone watching me. I rarely have anyone mad at me that I took a photo of. And if they are, I'm just very, friendly but confident. And if someone's suspicious with you, and then you're all apologetic, I'm sorry, then I believe that you just confirm their suspicion. So I don't ever say sorry because I'm not doing anything I think is wrong. I just tell them what I'm doing, and that's usually good. Even the worst thing is they're going to think I'm weird, which is fine, but they at least don't think I'm doing anything wrong. So I don't really have much problem with people and reactions, at least for the last few years.
Thank you. Over to you.
Yeah. This is in Zagreb, so I saw these obvious twins here. They didn't love me taking a photo, but they didn't say anything. This is in Cape Town, picking up her baby there like a doll. So this is relationship too, but more in the family connection. In Delhi, India. So the balloon is a common thing in street photography, but at least I liked the boy's red shirt and the red balloon there, and you have family. I lived in Vietnam, Ho Chi Minh City for a while, and you see everyone rides the bikes, scooters, and motorcycles there, and they just cram in all these people. And Cairo is another place where they do that. And when I was living in Vietnam, I always wanted like a decent photo of that, but I just never really got it. But here, I got kind of a funny scene when they're getting ready to go back on the street there. But they definitely pack those bikes, and I think there 6 people on that bike. This is in Sao Paulo, Brazil. This is actually, I was back in Sao Paulo this year. I got stuck there during the pandemic. But this photo is from back when I was working on the project, though. This is in the Italian neighborhood there. Michigan. This is Acre. Acre again, very colorful place. Chengdu here is the famous square there. There's the Mao statue in the background. But you have a nice family scene here. You have her legs sticking up, the statue of Mao's hands sticking up there. I like when photos, they have multiple things going on. So here you have layers, you have place, you have the connection leg, you have the embrace of the child and the grandfather maybe. This is one of my first photos that I took during the project when I was living in Istanbul. And this was during, it was back in 2015. It was actually during the Gay Pride Festival there. I lived in Cihangir, which is right by Taksim Square. And I was going home when they had the parade, and I had to go through it. So I took photos, of course, and there was people from all over the Middle East. They came to the Pride Parade there. But it got pretty crazy. You'll see the police there. They would just tear gas it every so often, push the crowd, tear gas it, push it. And 2015 was actually the last year they allowed that parade there, too. But I took this photo. They had just tear gassed, but she walked by in that outfit and in front of the police there. So I just ran in front and took the photo. And funny enough, somehow she saw this photo was shared on Instagram, and she contacted me on Instagram, and she loved it. So that's always cool when that happens. It's happened a few times where people see their photos randomly that I took, and every time they liked it. So that's good so far. This was in Bogota, which is another one of the more dangerous cities I went to, and this was definitely in a dangerous area. And this area I got, or this city, Bogota, I got stopped by police multiple times. Not anything against me. They wanted to escort me home though, because they told me it was only moments before I got robbed. So that's happened a few times where police want to escort me home just because they're worried about me. This is in Los Angeles. This guy was not good. He was walking around with that mask on. Behind me, there's a kid's playground, and he's pacing, punching his fists like this, and going crazy. And then I noticed right after this, I took this photo, and then I was going to move. I couldn't really see his eyes. I was going to move and kind of use the wheel with the Ferris wheel and get a little closer. But then he stood up, and he had a knife, a pocket knife, and he pulled it out. And then the security ended up coming and chasing him away. He got away, though. He ran off on the bike, but that was kind of a crazy scene there. This is in Tokyo. For the last 3 years, last 2 years I've done workshops there, but for the last 3 years I photographed the Halloween festivities there because it's unreal how they celebrate Halloween in Tokyo. It's like nothing anywhere else. And especially on the night of Halloween, and this is in Shibuya. They cracked down. This is from a couple years ago, but they cracked down last year because there was too much craziness going on. But I doubt it's going on this year, of course. But if it ever goes on again, it's something to see. And this was a scene that I saw there in Shibuya. Kind of came together there. That guy's getting a ticket in the background, and then you have this ninja Halloween outfit, and then there's an argument behind that. It's a really interesting scene. This is in Odessa. It's another scene where I kind of said something was going to happen. Yeah.
We have a couple of questions, or actually several questions for you. They keep coming, which is great. So first of all, the question is around whether you ever felt some frustration for not spending enough time in a particular city when you felt that there was a lot of potential in that place, but you needed to leave for some reason.
Where I wanted to stay longer?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, but I kind of was by a schedule. I kind of had to plan things out at least a few cities ahead. I couldn't, tickets and transportation is cheaper if you plan a little bit. So I try to give at least a week in each place, though. but yeah, of course, some cities I'm like, wow, I want to stay here longer. There was a lot of cities where it would have been better overall for photography, but then I wouldn't have been able to focus on the project as much. Then there were some cities where it was a lot more difficult, whether it was just me, I was not doing as well, or maybe the city. I mean, I find something I like in each city, but of course some cities have more, they provide more interest to photograph. But that's always that challenge too, because you want to be able to get at least one good photo in each city, or a few decent photos too. And then sometimes it's just not happening and you have a limited amount of time. So it's a challenge, but then you don't want to get too frustrated because then it'll negatively affect you. And then if you have bad weather or things happen, so there's all those challenges. But yeah, there's cities that I really liked, but then you can always come back later or try to. There's some cities that I did come back to, like Odessa. I came back to St. Petersburg, Tokyo. A lot of the cities that I do workshops on, those are cities that I like. I mean, I want to go back, but also if I like it, there's a reason. So I think it makes for a good city for photography. I want to do a workshop there. So places like Havana and Tokyo and cities like that, I've done workshops in and repeatedly come back to.
Thank you. The next question is around, what kind of research do you do before visiting a particular place? Do you watch other photographers' photos from that location? Do you try to understand what's allowed, what's not allowed to do in those places? Or what kind of research you do in general before traveling somewhere?
Of course, I do research. So I do a lot of research online. So I'll Google the city. I'll see if there's any information related to the type of photography I'm into. Sometimes there is for places like London, Tokyo, New York. Of course, there's plenty of information. But then a lot of the cities, there's like zero information. So then you just look for the obvious things, like what markets do they have, what squares do they have, everything you can find about the city. Any interesting places they might have. I look through forums online. Maybe someone's asked. You'll find forums online where someone asks, a photographer asks. Usually they don't get any replies. But I have some people might know, but I do have a blog. It had nothing to do with the project, but because I was doing a lot of this on my own, that's why I walk everywhere. I'll go to the places where I think might be interesting, but I like to walk everywhere too, where I'll find places on my own. So I made a blog where I kind of share the different places in each city to recommend to others. So that was the main reason I did that, because it is challenging. But yeah, there's things you can do. You Google, type forum, like street photography city, and then forum, and you might find something. Look for markets, all those main places where there's always a lot of activity. And then just walk a lot. That's a huge thing too. So yeah, I do. I'm a big fan of Magnum, so a lot of photographers there. You can go to the archive there and just type in the city and see what comes up for inspiration, but also maybe I found like places like there was a place in Guatemala City that you wouldn't have found anything about online anywhere. It was a market in a kind of a bad area, and I found I like Alex Webb a lot. He had some pictures from that market. He went there like one day, and so I went to that market. It was one of the better places I went to in Guatemala City. So you can find inspiration that way, but also find interesting places. Yeah.
Thank you. And I can personally very much recommend Forrest's blog, Shooter Files, where you can find a lot of very useful information about different cities and locations, particularly from the street photography point of view. So if you are planning to travel somewhere and you're not very familiar with the place, you want to take some photos there, check Forrest's blog. It has a lot of valuable information in there.
Yeah, and I do want to say that blog, sometimes it's completely separate from the work. I take the photography very seriously. Sometimes because I have that blog and it's kind of travel related, it kind of takes away from that. But it was just kind of to help people and kind of show different places. But it had nothing to do with the photography work that on the project, just so people know. But yeah, it's good if you're going to a place, a big city. I probably covered it so you can see some information on it.
Thank you.
All right. How much more time do we have, by the way? I'm not keeping track.
About 15 minutes.
Okay. I'll try to hurry up for it. So yeah, this was in Odessa, and I could kind of see there was this wedding party here was not friendly, the way they looked at me. And I saw some gypsies coming to ask for money. So I thought something might happen, and it did. She didn't get hurt, but he did try to scare her with the knife. And luckily, no one saw me take this photo, or that knife might have come to me. This is in Havana. It's kind of a moody scene, the bright red dress and that man with a shadow carrying something. Blind leading the blind here in Mexico City. Port-au-Prince. Kind of more edgy photos. Edgy, kind of mysterious. There's an Istanbul and Taksim Square. Here's walking home in Havana. There's a little girl in the window there. This is on Halloween, the big Halloween, Day of the Dead in Mexico City. Here's an early photo I took in Mumbai here, more of an illusion shot there, where you can only see his legs. Barcelona, there's his prosthetic leg there. And he was just, the umbrella closed on his head, and I just took a photo right when that happened. Kind of a lot of the photos I'd say are a little strange, which I kind of like that strange mood in these. Budapest. Here's in Lisbon with the hat blowing in the air, caught in the light. San Francisco. Addis Ababa. So a lot of these photos are just kind of reaction. I already saw this background, and then I saw the man with the wheel come, so we just tried to time the shot. I like to leave a little mystery to a lot of the photos. Where you can ask questions like, what's going on? I like that. So that's why I don't like to give too much story on most photos. Endless forest. This is in Nairobi. Now, I'm not a big fan of shooting in the rain because for a lot of reasons, it's not so much fun to shoot in the rain, but also it usually makes people all do the same things. I've seen one too many umbrella shots, so I'm not looking for umbrella shots. And most people are just running to get out of the rain, so they're not really living life. There's not a variety. But there was this huge rainstorm in Nairobi, and I was stuck in it, so I might as well take photos. And luckily, something happened here, and I was able to time the shot with they were all doing rain sprints across the road. And that road was a river too, and they were charging people. They would all the men with carts. They laid them across the road, and were charging people to walk across like a bridge. It's pretty interesting. Zagreb, very interesting scene to walk up on. The two neck braces. So Russia. So a lot of these are kind of more humorous. I do like photos that are funny. Humor photography is actually one of the hardest things to pull off. So if I can see something funny, I like it. So, anyway. He was selling magnifying glasses. I could see once in a while the magnifying glass would go in front of his face and enlarge his face. So I just kind of took quite a few photos here. He didn't care. He just paid for me. It was good. Yeah. Another kind of odd couple here in San Salvador at the market. I don't know, dressed up, but she came out wearing that outfit and ran off. Here. some dark, some hats. Sao Paulo. I'm not sure if I was taking a selfie or using it as a mirror. Yeah, it was funny. There's this wall, this fortress in St. Petersburg that I like going to. They like to sunbathe on one of the main walls there. They actually sunbathe year round because even in the winter, when it's snowing, the sunlight still makes the wall warm. But I just summer, and you'll see these men and women sunbathing. He had a lot to drink too, but he's walking across in his underwear. He's selling fish. We saw that in Johannesburg again, a playground here. Waiting to separate. Yeah, these pictures, I noticed a lot of theme, and this is going to be a big theme in the book, is the life cycle, but from a lot of photos were taken covering age. So maybe I'm just interested in that, but from young to old, you see a lot of photos. This is in Cape Town, one of the more cities on the project. Chennai again, selling ice cream. There's no overlap there. Framing the children. Kind of a random scene with the giraffe there, and then the advertisement with a woman in the back. This is, I think it's called Bukum. It's a famous for boxers, and it's a very colorful. A lot of professional boxers came from there, even though it's a small little neighborhood, and very colorful. And there they don't really. You'll be told that you're not allowed there without a guide. It's mostly not true. So as long as you just ignore them, you go there, and then most people, if you're friendly, once they know you're around that area, then you can come back and you're good. Back in Istanbul. There. Sao Paulo, when they shut down a major highway there on Sundays. The kids and families come out, friends drink on the street. In Odessa, there's this little amusement park. It's usually pretty quiet. Really, the old rides, it's kind of nostalgic. It's pretty cool. But she didn't look like she was having that much fun, but she was on the ride. This is kind of a strange scene in Copenhagen. The boy looks big to be right in that. And then you have the stag party walking by and the balloon. Krakow. This is in Cairo. Odessa again. Spent a lot of time there. I like being by the water in a lot of the cities. There's always a lot of life by the water, I find. There's an older woman getting her workout on. Some people may know, but this is taken in London Fields. And this is kind of a scene you have to stop and but I went inside there and they paid me no mind too, so I was able to shoot away. popped her head out. And the little boy in the reflection had been following me around for a while. So that happened. Copenhagen. So this is, like I said, is about age. So there's some of the photos. So go back to the start. Okay, so the book is going to be kind of we're almost done here, but the book, like I said, is going to be more of a story of life. That's the theme, putting all these photos together. I'm also working on another book that is more about, it's called Cross Country, and it's working on connections from different cities and kind of connecting the photos. So not so much a story, but it's coming together nicely. I think I like it. But you can get that, like this is in Almaty, but then in Santiago, Chile. Trying to went through all the photos and saw what connections I could find. You have Cuba and India, St. Petersburg, Istanbul. Port-au-Prince, Haiti, and Las Vegas. In Cuba, and this is Valparaiso. Connections are more related to the photos. Some of the connections, the photos kind of connect, like blend together. There's different connections I could find. This is London, and then Varanasi, India. That photo you saw earlier in Odessa. Here's one in Rio with the knife. Japan and Scotland. So that's another thing I'm working on here, putting these together. So that's pretty much it. Are there any other questions here? This is kind of what I put together to show here.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for showing your great photographs for us. I'm sure most of us, I would say, looking forward to your upcoming books. So please keep us posted. There are some questions that arrived while you were covering the last part of your presentation. So if you don't mind, I'll ask some or most of them. So the first one is so whether you found some particular cities or countries particularly difficult to photograph, and if so, what were those places?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's difficult for different reasons. Some because they're more dangerous, some because of security, some because it's hard to find interest. Difficult cities. Let me think. Well, it depends what you're asking about. Like when I was in Accra, Ghana, the people there are like some of the friendliest people in the world. So taking photos was pretty easy. That part, but they have a lot of security there. So there's a lot of security guards everywhere, and I don't know. I think for me, I got the impression that it's a thing where there's anybody can be a security guard, and that the locals don't take the security guards serious because they're not police. So they see a foreigner, and they don't see many foreigners there, and so they think that they can scare me and push me around. So I got pushed. I always got stopped every day. Every day I went out in Accra, I would have to deal with some security. And one time they even tried to steal my camera, like 5 of them. But luckily I had the wrist strap, so it just like a noose. It just tightened on my fist or my hand, and it created this big crowd because it was during the day. And then they backed off because people were like, "What are you doing?" So that was difficult. Johannesburg was difficult in the center. because you get followed, and it's definitely not safe carrying a camera around. Yeah, I'd say the Middle East is difficult because of security and police. Police stop you a lot because they're very suspicious of cameras. So that part's difficult. And then there's cities that are just, I actually got a few photos I liked in Zagreb, but Zagreb was a little difficult to find. It's not a big city. There wasn't a lot to see there. So some cities are, but pretty much every city I found something interesting. So I'd say the difficult things are in the Middle East and parts of Africa, dealing with police and security. Getting around that is the most difficult part.
Thank you. There are a couple of questions regarding the locations for shooting. So there are two questions: whether you done any work in Ireland or Germany.
Okay, Germany, I have. I didn't share any photo in there, I know, but so I almost would like to go back to Berlin, but I covered Berlin on the project. The only problem was even though I went in the summer, I had one decent day of weather, and the rest was, which probably won't surprise people from Germany, but it was horrible weather the whole time, even though it was the summer though. So I didn't get a lot of photos I liked there, so I would like to go back. But yeah, Berlin was probably the worst place I had for weather luck the whole time. So, and I know people ask about Germany a lot because of the laws too. And to be honest, like you saw pictures in Budapest, and some of the laws I think have changed in Europe since I started this project. But I kind of just, I took photos everywhere I went. So even if maybe, I mean, I know Germany has different laws, but I still just took photos like I would anywhere. And then what was the other place? Oh, so I've been to Ireland, but it's been many years. I haven't gone on the project. So when I covered Europe, it was the second year of the project, Western Europe. And it's when I still had a little money saved, but Europe killed me for money. So I was kind of hesitant to go back because it cost so much more to be there. So I did cover Scotland. I would like to cover Dublin, or that would be the major city in Ireland. I would like to cover it, but I'm kind of probably done with the project. But if I have a chance, I will, because I'm not in a rush to make the main book yet, because I'm working on other books. So if I get a chance, I would like to cover Ireland, of course, Dublin.
Sure, thank you. There are a couple of
constraints. Yeah, go ahead.
A couple of more technical questions for you. So first of all, whether you use cropping much, or you use your photographs directly from the camera most of the time.
Okay, yeah, I'm not huge on rules. So some photos are slightly cropped, but I don't personally like to crop too much. So I'm not a never cropper, but I don't like to crop too much. Not because of a rule, but because I notice once you crop too much, it kind of hurts it hurts the photo to me, because it depends on the angle and the shot, of course. If it's a faraway shot, it usually doesn't hurt the photo as much. But when you're talking about layers and close up, when you crop it, you can kind of you can see the perception is off. So I don't like to crop too much and change the photo too much. So if there's any cropping, it's probably slight.
Thank you. Next question was regarding the camera system that you prefer. So what are you shooting with?
Oh, they have to pay me for me to say this. But no, I'm joking. I use Fujifilm. When I was in Istanbul, I did use Leica at the time. I had a M9, but it had some sensor problems. So they did actually replace the sensor, but it took like 4 or 5 months. So I ended up having to get I found a deal on a X Pro 1, and I liked it. And then I decided I needed money, so I decided to sell the M9 and stick with X Pro 1. And now I've been using X Pro 2 for a couple years.
Thank you, Forrest. And the final question.
The two lenses are the 28, or the 18 millimeter, 28 equivalent, 27, and the 23, 35 equivalent. And they're both Fuji too.
Sure. It's also important for consistency, right? To stick to the same camera, the same setup.
So, I mean, Fuji has the colors and everything too.
Yeah. Which brings us to the final question, which is whether you sell any of your photos, and whether you are doing or planning to do any exhibitions of your work?
Yeah, I do sell. So I do print sales every year. I mean, if you have a certain photo you want, you can contact me, of course, and we can make it happen. But I do print sales every year. I've been doing one right now because I do them when I'm back in the U.S., which I am right now. So I do have a print sale going right now. That's just finishing up. But if there's a certain photo you want, you can contact me too. So the answer is yes to that. And then the exhibition, yeah, definitely. I mean, I was supposed to have an exhibition this summer, but that got canceled, of course. But yeah, and then once the books come out, I'm going to definitely plan on having exhibitions.
And you have some sort of exhibition in your room, it seems, as well. So,
Oh, yeah.
that's a start.
I'm also working on zines. So these are for zines. What do I have back there? Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do one of them yet because I don't have quite enough photos for it, but that was where I talked about Halloween in Tokyo. And then the other one, that one is actually kind of interesting. It's about, it's a little more, it's street photography, but it's centered on fathers. So you see a lot of stuff on mothers, but these are connections between fathers and children that I saw around the world in different cultures. So I put that together. So I have a few zines coming out. I also have I was stuck in Sao Paulo for a while, like I said. When I first got there, I was covering the carnival. And then within a month, we had COVID going crazy there. And so they shut down the city, I think less than a month between carnival. So you saw a huge change in the city. You go from carnival, which carnival in Brazil is crazy. The streets are packed. People are all over each other. Yeah, it's basically the opposite of what you see later after COVID, where everyone's masked up. And I wouldn't say there were still people were hanging out, but it's a different scene, a much darker scene. So you go from one extreme to the other. So I ended up photographing that whole change there, and then when I was leaving, they were having a lot of political unrest too. So it really changed. So I have it might even be a book. We'll see. But I've been working on that too.
That sounds very interesting. So when can we expect to see any of the zines published?
Yeah, well, okay, so yeah, it was supposed to already happen, one zine, but I've been having to focus more on just making some money because the pandemic really has killed my year, kind of shut off all my channels and money. So it's been on the back burner, but I do hope to have one out by the end of the year. So that's going to be the focus now.
Sounds good. Well, thank you very much, Forrest. Thanks for also being with us so early in the morning, your time.
Yeah, I'm 8 hours behind you. That's right. Yeah. Thanks for having me last, so I didn't have to get up too early.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. And I think we'll be wrapping up now.
Yeah, we will. Thank you again, Forrest. So we've come to the end of this year's festival. And as we said when we started that, hopefully the end of the end of the online series of London Street Photography Festival, and we won't need to do it online again. We'll see you all down in Stour Space and other venues, of course, at Old Baths as well around Hackney Wick next year. But in the meantime, we're coming from DRPG Studios 212 just outside of Kidderminster in rural Worcestershire. If you're in the market for a studio, if your company's in the market for a studio or any kind of communications needs, this is a master complex that I'm very grateful to work at. So do hook us up if you've liked what you've seen across the festival. This is where we make the magic happen. So thank you again to all of our speakers that have been brilliant, and especially to you guys at home that have been firing in all the interesting questions to keep this conversation going. And of course, congratulations to all of our winners. So thank you from myself and Dmitry. I just whacked my microphone, and that reminds me to thank all of the guys that are backstage. So we've got my good friend Badger, my good friend Rich, and the one and only, the guy that controls everything that you see, that's Alex Bray, who's done a fantastic job. And we hope to see you all very soon in the future.
See you soon. Thank you. Take care.